Oh. Oh. Man, that thing beat me one time. Ooh.
I'm going to be going over a list that I don't think very many people are talking about right now. Gouging Fire. Gouging Fire is a Pokemon that comes out in the Temporal Forces set, and it has the massive attack Explosive Fire that does 260 damage for 2 fire and a colorless. This plus Sada plus Magma Basin means you can set this up in a single turn and swing for 260 on turn 1, which is absolutely insane. So that's entirely what we are basing our deck around. This reminds me a lot of Reshazard back in the Unbroken Bonds format, where you would just be able to Welder, attach, and Double Blaze for 200 on turn 1. This has a very similar vibe to it. But this is the list that we are going with right now, so let's go through each piece one at a time. To start, we have the Gouging Fire. It's got 230 health. It has a basic 2 energy attack that does 60 damage. This can be nice against 1 prize attackers that you may want to just be like, or soften something up for 60 before swinging with Explosive Fire for 260. It does have the clause this Pokemon can't use Explosive Fire again until it leaves the active spot, which is different than the this Pokemon can't use this attack on the next turn, comparatively to things like Miraidon or other attacks that can't be used consecutively. This one physically has to leave the active. It can't, like, wait in between a turn and then swing with Explosive Fire again. It has to go back to the bench before going back up to the active to be able to swing again. So we are going to be facilitating that with some switching effects and some pivot options as well. We also have 1 Entei V. You might want to up this to 2. I'm going with 1 for now with a Hisuian Heavy Ball. But the fleet-footed ability is nice. While it's in the active, you get to draw a card. You can also go Magma Base and attach onto this, and it's a good mid-range attack that hits between that 260 and, like, the lower end of, like, Moltres for 90. Burning Rondo does 20 plus 20 more damage for each benched Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's, so it depends on how many Pokemon your opponent has benched, but most of the time we'll have a full bench just due to all of the support that we are going to be playing throughout the game. Then we have the 1 Moltres. This one has Inferno Wings. It does 20 damage plus 70 more damage if this Pokemon has any damage counters on it. So if you Magma Basin onto this, you get to swing for 90 because it's doing 20 to you from the Magma Basin itself. Then we have Iron Leaves EX.
We just got the new trailer for the new Apex Legends event, and there's a lot of good content that we can be looking forward to in total. There are 36 new themed cosmetics for the Shadow Society event, with featured skins for Mad Maggie, Horizon, Lifeline, Revenant, and Ballistic. The event is themed around 1920s Mafia and secret societies, kind of, you know, based off the looks, which is something the Apex community hasn't seen much of before. The big reward for completing the Shadow Society collection is the new Apex Artifact. Simply, in other words, an Apex Artifact is a universal heirloom. Any legend can equip the new Cobalt Katana and replace the melee with its one-handed blade. However, it costs, I think, like $300, which has a lot of people upset. The event starts on March 26th and not only brings new skins to Fray, but a promising new LTM for players to enjoy. Aside from the new Deathbox skin making a comeback, here we go again. Are you guys excited for the event? I know, no, I'm not. We just got the new trailer for the new Apex Legends event, and there's a lot of good content that we can be looking forward to in total.
Ain't no way. I own Great Balls, bro. Ew.
Hello everyone, it is Joe here from OmniPoke, the channel that brings you guys everything Pokemon. If you're looking for PTCG live codes, make sure you check out the Potown store. You can get a 5% discount on your orders using that code OmniPoke. For today's video, we are going to be putting Single Strike Lugia in the spotlight for the Japan 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. Let's get straight into it with the general strategy of Lugia. And that is that Summoning Star is the entire build around of the deck. We don't really do much until we flip that V-Star marker and attempt to get, ideally, 2 Archeops into play. So our little mini quest of Lugia is to get some Lugia V developed, as well as discarding a couple of our Archeops via our Ball Search cards via the supporter Professor Burnett, or simply using Professor's Research and Serena to get rid of these Archeops so they're nice and in the discard pile, ready to summon onto the board once we find Lugia V-Star. As soon as we get our Archeops developed, we are accessing the best energy acceleration available in the game, where one Archeops can tutor 2 special energy from the deck and attach them to one of our Pokemon. So if you got 2 Archeops out, we can be burst accelerating 4 energy every single turn, which means we can play some pretty silly attackers. The ones we're looking towards are Single Strike Pokemon, because then we can use the Single Strike energy, which provides an additional 20 damage, as well as being a Dark and Fighting energy, which means we can represent 2 great type coverages in the format. The Yveltal being a really good up-trading attacker into Mew VMAX, as well as Gardevoir EX. Tyranitar being the general high damage output of the deck, with that Single Strike Crush dealing 240 base. But we can push that damage output even further with those Single Strike energies, which do stack. And of course we have then Fighting type coverage via the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX, and that Gmax One Blow is a wall breaker. It allows you to go through the effects of Duraludon. Even though we are a full special energy based deck, we can still hit through Duraludon thanks to the Single Strike Urshifu VMAX. So at least we have a chance and don't immediately concede to that matchup. Onto the skeleton list then. Lugia continues to be a real consistent performer, and there's not too much to the deck, really. The item cards are all the Bull Search, just trying to help you get your combo on turn 2. Like I keep mentioning, that's when the deck starts, essentially. You can also see that reflected in the stadiums. You'll see Mezagoza as an option in the deck, giving us a coin flip for a Pokemon. That's really how desperate we've become with Lugia, just to get that turn 2 play off. But because we are able to Tempest Dive away stadium cards, there are situations where we can get that coin flip and then remove the option for our opponent at the very least, which is something going for us. As mentioned, we have the high damage output attackers from the single strike mons in fairly low counts, but do get the job done overall. And the supporter cards, again, trying to facilitate that Archeops, where we have the researchers and the Burnett in here. And then we are having some Iono and Boss as well in the mix. And it's really down to the special energy, which are the selling points of the archetype. The single strike energy helping our damage output really go over the top. Double turbo is very efficient and helps us retreat around our board as well. Gift energy is our own protection around Iono, so that when our attackers are getting knocked out, we can increase our hand size once again, which is always fantastic. Jet energy, again, giving us some easy pivoting. We have 3 retreat cost Pokemon all over the board, so being able to jet around these is fantastic. From the hand, of course, not from the Archeops in this instance. And then V-Guard energy helps us push out of range of a few key attackers and making sure that we're more difficult to knock out for Mew players, for Giratina players as well, certainly Arctina, that sort of thing. And in the mirror match, these V-Guards are also going to be pretty important. Onto the matchup spread for Single Strike Lugia then. You are very favourable into the NAIC winning deck list, which I do think is appealing. The Rapid Strike Urshifu deck, although it may not be hugely popular at Worlds, it will certainly be jumping in popularity from the NAIC, because there will be a number of players who have noted its success and have taken it upon themselves to start playing the Urshifu archetype. I do think it will be probably around that 5% as a minimum now, I think, going into day 1 of the World Championships. So definitely something nice to sort of claim, doing well from the previous NAIC winner. Let's not forget that last year, the NAIC winning deck was essentially the same deck that won the World Championships in 2022 with a couple of different tech cards. So it could be the same again, where Urshifu, we know it can go deep in tournaments, so why not run it back in the same metagame? It also seems to be pretty solid into the Charizard builds of Lost Zone Box, as well as Miraidon. Surprisingly, you're really pretty favourable into that. And oftentimes that's down to the tech attackers that we can have in the deck. Certainly if you play Stone Jonah, you're going to have a really nice uptrade option from a single prize attacking mon, although that wasn't in the skeleton. Even just Urshifu, its size as a VMAX Pokemon means it can claim multiple prizes on its own, which is excellent for you. Additional favourables, pretty nice into the Chien-Pao Baxcalibur deck, pretty okay into Lost Zone Box as well, which is a good thing to have on your side, and also reasonable into Ting Lu. For even matchups, the Arctina, oftentimes this is decided by early path shenanigans and how it can stick against you for the Arc players. Also, they can sometimes play Spiritomb, which can slow you down. Mew is also a fairly even matchup. You have the uptrade potential with your Dark type attackers, but it's how they can once again try and disrupt you, either with early knockout pressure on their side of things, or if they have, again, Path at their disposal, that can sometimes slow you down. Gardevoir seems to be an even matchup, as does the Lost Zone Giratina deck, and surprisingly, the Wings of Union deck is also an even matchup. You'd think that a one-prize archetype that has lightning type coverage would be better into this one, but it just seems to be even from the statistics. Your only unfavorables then become the Arcdura Umbreon and Goodra Lost Zone, which, you know, Goodra's certainly not all that popular at all, and Arcdura Umbreon, although isn't a popular archetype, you know, it's not the worst unfavorable to be taking. So I think this has one of the most appealing matchup spreads that I've seen so far in these Spotlight videos. You're favorable into Lost Zone and you're okay into Gardevoir. That already ticks a number of boxes, but then the wider field you also seem to be generally pretty strong against. So there is maybe a bit of an undercurrent of people disrespecting Lugia right now in the format for how much play rate it's seeing in online tournaments. Let's have a look at some tech options then. And first of all, we have the other supporter cards that can sort of round out the deck. I certainly like Serena as an option. It gives you an extra gust potential, but also gives you this means of having some discard, but you then get to hold other pieces in the hand. That's one of the issues of research. You've got to dump the lot, but there are certain situations where you need the discard for specifically some Archeops, for example, on turn 2, but you want to keep other pieces in your hand, like some of your special energies or urns or that sort of thing. Serena can really chip in at that stage and be a clutch card, even as a 1 copy, that also just in general adds to your boss's orders out for the majority of matchups at the very least. Zinnia's Resolve could do a similar thing in at least the discarding aspect, so that's something to bear in mind. And Thornton as well allows you to chip in and double dip on some of your key attackers based on the matchup. This can be really nice with your Urshifu. This can be really nice with your Yveltal as well. This has some real power spike potential. And alongside Collapse Stadium, it's another way that you can try and offset a prize map from players, making your Luminion far less of a threat, or I guess far less of a downside as you get to the later stages of the game. So these are all supporters worth considering. Then we have the sort of helpful abilities that we could be chucking into the deck. Radiant Serena definitely making life difficult for the Lost Zone players, where they don't have the easy Greninja plus Sableye sprinkles on your Archeops. They also allow you to push your T-Tar out of range of a Cram plus Sableye combo, so I think that's also really important. Squawkabilly, a great card that you could try and use in the opening stages just to see some more cards and adds additional discard synergy to the deck. And Pumpkaboo giving you some bull searchable means of removing Path to the Peak, so you're not slowed down from your Summoning Star. This is one that I always like to see in my Lugias personally. And then we have some single prizes you could also try adding into the deck list. The Stonjourner definitely has some upsides with that fighting type coverage. If you are expecting more Arc decks, this is going to be a real nice carry for you. Impact Energy doesn't necessarily have to go alongside the Stonjourner. This in general can just be helpful for your Yveltal, or just adding to a 5th copy of a single strike energy means that you're less urn reliant throughout the game and less scuppered by prize cards as well, so it definitely is a consideration. And Snorlax is more of a sort of catch-all card, again, helping out against the Lost Zone players, helping out against Gardevoir players by just being a pretty annoying, chunky single-prize Pokemon that can slot into the deck and take advantage of a lot of these colourless energy that are already in the deck list. So let's start with the no-thrills build of Lugia then, and I'm someone who personally thinks the no-thrills build is, in this case, actually the best thing you can actually do in Lugia, because it's so inherently focused on getting that turn 2 combo off that any card that you add into this deck that sort of takes away from the consistency just hurts your percentages across the board. So at this stage, if there's anything you want to cut for some cheeky cards, just know that you're hurting your overall percentages into every matchup. I think the only other thing I'd consider is if you're not expecting much path, maybe Pumpkaboo could become second Collapsed or third Mesagoza. That would be the only thing I think is like not a consistency cut, but just sort of diverting away from worrying about path too much just to have another sort of power spike card in the stadium cards. So this is a real cookie cutter build, and just hoping that the ability of Summoning Star and the attackers at your disposal are strong enough to be a real top contender in the deck and just let the deck sort of do its thing. One other thing I did want to show off was, like I said, if you're not too worried about path and don't want that Pumpkaboo option, we can try and cut away from the Radiant Serena and have an additional single prizer from the Snorlax instead with that Thumping Snore option, and jumping to a 3rd Jet Energy and an additional Collapse Stadium so that we again have those decent ratios on our side for making life difficult for our opponents and removing these multi-prize threats that we have to use in the opening stages, whether or not we need to get double Lugia established because our opponents are threatening knockouts, or if we have to Luminion for crucial supporters to get into the game. You can then collapse these away later and just have a board with Yveltal, Snorlax and some Archeops around, or even just your V-Star Lugia as your only 2-prize mod at that stage in the game. So these are really nice, crucial cards, and I do think Snorlax has a place. I think it's a really annoying attacker for Gardevoir players to deal with. I think it's really annoying for Lost Zone players as well. That's why you see the Serena cut from this list as well, because you already have the unfazed Fat to fall back on, where the opponent can't easily two-shot this and are forced to use multi-prizes into you, which can again really improve your prize trade overall. Let's get to the closing thoughts then, and there wasn't too much to say about the deck list themselves. Lugia is a well-established archetype, well-ironed 60, you know what you get with Lugia, and it's really just down to how you pilot it in the opening stages and how good your opening hands are. That's the good and the bad of Lugia. You can see on here the closing thoughts are that you need to have the right temperament to play this archetype, because sometimes there's things that are just out of your hands. This definitely feels like Lugia just kind of does what it does or doesn't, and there's not much that the pilot themselves can do on the first couple turns. You're really just playing with what you got, and if it's going to get you towards that Summoning Star, you're going to have a good game. If it doesn't get you there by turn 2, you're going to have a bad game, and that's really something that you need to accept when you play the archetype, but also know that we've made a list to make it as streamlined as possible and as consistent as possible to try and get that job done. The only other things I really want to mention is that Spiritomb is a tech that kind of catches you in the crossfire, so if you're expecting a lot of Tomb because of Mew and its power and its potential at the World Championships, maybe it's not a good placement to play Lugia for exactly this tournament, because you do get hurt and you do lose a lot of percentages if your opponent is getting early Tomb developed against you. sometimes in addition to Path of the Peak, that can really slow you down. That can certainly happen in some Arctina builds. So that's the only sort of metagame shift for Lugia. If you're worried about Tomb, this is probably a time to not play Lugia. So I do think there's likely to be a decent amount of Spiritomb at the World Championships, because it certainly helps a few matchups, not just Mew. As I've just mentioned, it hurts the Lugia players as well at times, and can also hurt Chen Pao, I think, as well, a decent amount. For the final bit of good news, it's an archetype that certainly wins quickly or loses quickly, so you are going to be able to conclude your best of threes with Lugia quite happily, because when you're rolling, you're going to be knocking out anything in your path, and when you're not, you're going to know when to scoop quite quickly and move on to the next one. It's very black and white, it's very obvious with Lugia where you're at in the game, and if you're able to mount those comebacks or not. Even though you are an archetype with Iono and Iono proofing, it's pretty obvious just doing an attack turn clock, knowing where you're at in the game and how likely it is for you to make that comeback. So should be very easy to conclude all of your best of threes, and that's something that is really appealing for the World Championships. Let me know your thoughts on Lugia down below. Was the matchup spread more appealing than you expected? And is it an archetype that you're considering for the World Championships? Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for another video. Cheers. Hello everyone, it is Joe here from OmniPoke, the channel that brings you guys everything Pokemon. If you're looking for PTCG live codes, make sure you check out the Potown store. You can get a 5% discount on your orders using that code OmniPoke. Today we're going to be looking at the top performing archetypes in the City Leagues in Japan, which equates to our Temporal Forces format. We're going to be looking at great detail into these deck lists, talking about the most common 60s as well as the most common tech inclusions for the best performing builds out in Japan. So should give you a really good starting point, a really good basis for not only picking up decks to test yourself, but also deck lists to test against that are going to be relatively consistent and proven to perform. So let's talk about the methodology. Huge shout out to Trainer Hill, actually, who reached out to me and has created a City League scraping tool, which has made life so much easier for me, and it's a really fantastic thing. It's in its beta stage, but I'm very happy to be a guinea pig for them, and this has made my life so much easier, and I do think this will be an exceptional resource once it goes live to the greater public. But the long story short is, it's allowed me to take a look at 207 City Leagues. These are all between the dates of Feb 18th to March 13th. This is all post the Champions League in Fukuoka, so they've already had one big tournament to sort of direct their testing, their deck list, that sort of thing. And I've chopped away the top 16 deck lists. I'm only looking at top 8 plus, because even though top 16 is a pretty solid record in 64-player tournaments, I think getting records for top 8 is much more impressive overall. It still gives us, you know, hundreds of deck lists to scrape through to help us give a general average, but taking away some of the worse 60s, I suppose, the ones with the slightly worse records, I think is going to be a little bit more helpful here. And as we go through the deck list, you'll notice that these are the most common quantities of the most popular card choices within each archetype. So just as a very quick, easy example, if Nest Ball is most commonly seen as a 4-count in the deck list, you'll see the deck list has 4 copies of Nest Ball in it. Very logical, very simple, and it's going to make the deck list look pretty straightforward. There will be situations when the skeleton that gets generated isn't quite 60 cards. You'll notice for the Lost Zone here that the skeleton only pumped out 58 cards. So in these instances, I have either taken, like you can see with the emergency board here, the most common count is 1, but to get to 60 cards, I think, because there is also a 2-count that is relatively frequent, I would sometimes bump up counts of cards already existing in the deck list, or for this exact example, I've tried to take a logical approach where if Raikou is showing up in a number of deck lists, then Forest Hill Stone is oftentimes going to accompany that Raikou, and in other deck lists every now and then there's just going to be a different Forest Hill Stone user, but the general idea is that the deck wants to likely play a V Pokemon to have a Forest Hill Stone target so that you have, you know, an extra Lost Vacuum target and just better outs to Chorus, so that's generally just a reasonable card to include. So I have taken somewhat of a common sense approach, but for the most part, these skeletons spit out 58, 59 cards, sometimes even 60 cards on the nose, and in that instance I have only ever taken the most common count of the cards within these lists. So these are going to be really good, straightforward deck lists, which more or less average out to be the standard 60s. With that being said, let's talk about the #1 performing deck in City Leagues in Japan right now. now. I've once again taken the top 8 placements and better from these City Leagues and equated League Cup Championship points to them. I've stripped away all the top 16 data because I do think there's a lot of popularity bias between archetypes. If I was just to have more top 16 placements, you'd essentially just see buffed stats for Charizards, Chien-Paos, Lost Boxes, these sorts of things, because they're very, very popular. I think only showing the top 8s, obviously there's still going to be bias for popularity, but I think it does strip out a decent amount of it. And once again, we want to see the best performers. Top 16 placements are decent, but they've probably taken losses here and there, whereas top 8s are going to have much more ruthless records, probably only lost once or twice throughout the entire day at that City League tournament. So Charizard is popular and it's performing at the highest level right now. Bibarel is coming out on top over Pidgeot right now in Japan. You'll notice there's still a heavy emphasis on Arven with the 3 copies in here. A decent split of tools with still a damage modifying option within the deck list, but Prime Catcher being the ace spec of choice, providing a pivot for your deck list as well as being an extra means of picking off Pokemon from your opponent's side of the field. TM Evolution can help support the Bibarel and also is why you'll see 2 Charmeleons in the deck list, and also why you see just the 3 copies of Rare Candy rather than the full 4 count. For other new cards, there's the Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we can get all of our basics into play nice and early, and also the Code Breaker is in the deck list to try and combine with Industrious Incisors so that we can guarantee cards on top of the deck and draw immediately into them, which is obviously a fantastic combo once our engine is established. Now we're getting on to the kind of best of the rest cards, if you will, the cards that don't quite make the standard 60 but still show up in a number of deck lists, and cards that you could consider coming into your deck list if you want to make cuts from the list that you just saw. You'll notice that Lumineon actually didn't make it into the core 60 cards. I think the main reason to not play Lumineon would be that so you have even more control over your opponent's prize map and try and force a single prize board state. That's mostly what Bibarel is trying to do compared to a Pidgeot 60, where you can try and guarantee that your Radiant Zard gets value, gets a punch in, your opponent takes a 1 prize knockout, which doesn't always change their prize race, for you then to just get another Charizard EX into the mix. So you're trying to offset the prize race with that regard. That's why you see Rotom is far less popular, only like 13% play the Rotom, but also partly because you want to end your turn on TM Evolution in a lot of situations, especially if you've gone second, of course. So the Rotom is far less popular in Bibarel builds. Lumineon is obviously less popular because it's below the 50% mark, so a number of these lists are obviously doing well without it, but I felt like it was worth including in the deck list just for that extra bump of consistency. You jump a huge number of outs to get your early game supporter, especially when the list I showed only plays 3 copies of Iono and 3 copies of Arven. Possibly if you want to make the Lumineon cut, you could go up in counts with your supporters physically as well. Also, you notice Entei V is somewhat of a popular choice. Sometimes it's going to be instead of Lumineon to still have a Forest Hill Stone target to make the use out of your Arven, but Entei being a different attacking presence in the deck list. Definitely worth considering the likes of Professor Churro Scenario and Jet Energy. So far in the list, there's 1 Prime Catcher, 1 Switch, so we are quite light against the controlling archetypes, so you can see why these sometimes make their way into the list as well. For my own personal preference, I want to keep Charizard kind of simple and not really cut into the counts too much. I would only really look towards the Churro or the Jet Energy if I was really concerned about controlling matchups. We're going to quickly hop that second place list just so we can keep Charizard all in one place here, where we look at Charizard Pidgeot, which has in its own right still continued to perform very, very well here, with 5,865 championship points, the 3rd individually best performing archetype. If you lump the Charizards together, it means it is really outclassing pretty much everything in the game right now. The key differences between the Bibarel archetype and the Pidgeot, of course, we go all the way up to those 4 rare candies because we have an extra stage 2 in the deck list, and we're a lot more liberal putting these Lumineon, these Rotom into play, etc., because we already have Pidgeot established on the board alongside our Charizard in a lot of situations, so there's always going to be multi-prize knockouts for the opponent, but we're going to try and make it hard for them because, of course, we're going to be spamming Iono and still throwing Charizards at their face throughout the entirety of the game. There's also an interesting switch up that the maximum belt makes the space in the Charizard Pidgeot build, whereas Prime Catcher is much more popular in Bib. I think partly because Bibarel needs more inherent switching cards within the deck list because Pidgeot provides a free retreater for us in the list, but also I think because we are establishing many more multi-prizes on our own board as the Pidgeot player, it's more imperative for us to get early game damage presence with Charizard EX's Burning Darkness, so maximum Lost Boxes, these sorts of things, because they're very, very popular. I think only showing the top 8s, obviously there's still of the cards within these lists. So these are going to be really good, straightforward deck lists, which more or less average out to be the standard 60s. With that being said, let's talk about the #1 performing deck in City Leagues in Japan right now. I've once again taken the top 8 placements and better from these City Leagues and equated League Cup Championship points to them. I've stripped away all the top 16 data because I do think there's a lot of popularity bias between archetypes. If I was just to have more top 16 placements, you'd essentially just see buffed stats for your Charizards, Chien-Paos, Lost Boxes, these sorts of things, because they're very, very popular. I think only showing the top 8s, obviously there's still going to be some bias for popularity, but I think it does strip out a decent amount of it. And once again, we want to see the best performers. Top 16 placements are decent, but they've probably taken losses here and there, whereas top 8s are going to have much more ruthless records, probably only lost once or twice throughout the entire day at that City League tournament. So Charizard is popular and it's performing at the highest level right now. Bibarel is coming out on top over Pidgeot right now in Japan. You'll notice there's still a heavy emphasis on Arven with the 3 copies in here. A decent split of tools with still a damage modifying option within the deck list, but Prime Catcher being the ace spec of choice, providing a pivot for your deck list as well as being an extra means of picking off Pokemon from your opponent's side of the field. TM Evolution can help support the Bibarel and also is why you'll see 2 Charmeleons in the deck list, and also why you see just the 3 copies of Rare Candy rather than the full 4 count. For other new cards, there's the Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we can get all of our basics into play nice and early, and also the Code Breaker is in the deck list to try and combine with Industrious Incisors so that we can guarantee cards on top of the deck and draw immediately into them, which is obviously a fantastic combo once our engine is established. Now we're getting on to the kind of best of the rest cards, if you will, the cards that don't quite make the standard 60 but still show up in a number of deck lists, and cards that you could consider coming into your deck list if you want to make cuts from the list that you just saw. You'll notice that Luminion actually didn't make it into the core 60 cards. I think the main reason to not play Luminion would be that so you have even more control over your opponent's prize map and try and force a single prize board state. That's mostly what Bibarel is trying to do compared to a Pidgeot 60, where you can try and guarantee that your Radiant Zard gets value, gets a punch in, your opponent takes a 1 prize knockout, which doesn't always change their prize race, for you then to just get another Charizard EX into the mix. So you're trying to offset the prize race with that regard. That's why you see Rotom is far less popular, only like 13% play the Rotom, but also partly because you want to end your turn on TM Evolution in a lot of situations, especially if you've gone second, of course. So the Rotom is far less popular in Bibarel builds. Luminion is obviously less popular because it's below the 50% mark, so a number of these lists are obviously doing well without it, but I felt like it was worth including in the deck list just for that extra bump of consistency. You jump a huge number of outs to get your early game supporter, especially when the list I showed only plays 3 copies of Iono and 3 copies of Arven. Possibly if you want to make the Luminion cut, you could go up in counts with your supporters physically as well. Also, you notice Entei V is somewhat of a popular choice. Sometimes it's going to be instead of Luminion to still have a Forest Hill Stone target to make the use out of your Arven, but Entei being a different attacking presence in the deck list. Definitely worth considering the likes of Professor Churro Scenario and Jet Energy. So far in the list there's 1 Prime Catcher, 1 Switch, so we are quite light against the controlling archetypes, so you can see why these sometimes make their way into the list as well. For my own personal preference, I want to keep Charizard kind of simple and not really cut into the counts too much. I would only really look towards the Churro or the Jet Energy if I was really concerned about controlling matchups. We're going to quickly hop that second place list just so we can keep Charizard all in one place here, where we look at Charizard Pidgeot, which has in its own right still continued to perform very, very well here, with 5,865 championship points, the 3rd individually best performing archetype. If you lump the Charizards together, it means it is really outclassing pretty much everything in the game right now. The key differences between the Bibarel archetype and the Pidgeot, of course, we go all the way up to those 4 rare candies because we have an extra stage 2 in the deck list, and we're a lot more liberal putting these Luminion, these Rotom into play, etc., because we already have Pidgeot established on the board alongside our Charizard in a lot of situations, so there's always going to be multi-prize knockouts for the opponents, but we're going to try and make it hard for them because, of course, we're going to be spamming Iono and still throwing Charizards at their face throughout the entirety of the game. There's also an interesting switch up that the maximum belt makes the space in the Charizard Pidgeot build, whereas Prime Catcher is much more popular in Bib. I think partly because Bibarel needs more inherent switching cards within the deck list because Pidgeot provides a free retreater for us in the list, but also I think because we are establishing many more multi-prizes on our own board as the Pidgeot player, it's more imperative for us to get early game damage presence with Charizard EX's Burning Darkness, so maximum belt is required in terms of the tempo of the game to make sure that we're cashing in on these Burning Darkness earlier on, so the opponent can't run away with the prize race when we can't deny them later in the game. Support count remains very similar, but a Roxanne has been added into the equation. Like I said, trying to disrupt the opponent is still imperative, and a Mist Energy tech option makes it into this 60. Again, I think this is a situation where your matchup with the Pidgeot build is slightly weaker into Giratina than a Bibarel build would be in terms of an easy prize map, so having Mist Energy to protect a Charizard from an easy V-Star KO can be an important option for you. Same time against Roaring Moon EX, and at the same time this helps against TM Devolution as well, which Bibarel is far less concerned about, but obviously this build is far more concerned about being devolved. If you can stick this Mist Energy on onto Pidgeot, for example. That could be a great way of retaining your draw engine, or at least denying a multi-prize Devo turn if the opponent's been setting up damage across the board. As for tech options, not too different to be honest with you. You can see there's a bit more debate around the ace spec within the Charizard Pidgeot builds than the Bibarel ones. Defiance Band versus Choice Belt was also an interesting one. The Choice Belt kind of being much more limited, whereas Defiance can come in certainly in mirror match situations and up against a few more EX style matchups. In this list, you'll notice there are some more tech attacking basic fire Pokemon, Gouging Fire being able to wall break through a low in Vulpix and have high early game damage output, and Delphox Speed providing a kind of surprise sniping option within the deck list for possible early game multi-prize turns. Another tiny thing to bear in mind is that 12% of lists that are playing Pidgeot also play a 1-1 Bibarel line. It's funny how Tord actually played a list recently at a tournament with both Pidgeot and Bibarel in the same list of Charizard, because it seems like in City Leagues that's also being taken on. It allows the Charizard Pidgeot player to much more freely use their Iono and give themselves more frequent top-ups throughout the game. On to the second best performing archetype in the City Leagues. With 6,050 championship points earned, we have strictly the Greninja Gate builds off Lost Zone box. And it's those two Paradox attackers combining to be great threats here. Iron Hands and Roaring Moon provide decent type coverage. They offer multi-prize options into single-prize Pokemon with Ampy very much, and into multi-prize threats with that Frenzied Gouging. The archetype is, of course, very happy to see Prime Catcher as a big gusting upgrade in the list. It's also happy to see the emergency board chip in to give yourself a nice pivot throughout the game. A possibly surprising staple is the Iron Bundle that again gives you more bench pressure in the opening stages with that Hyper Blower, but it's also in here to try and defend against Fluttermane, which would otherwise wall out your flower selecting. Fluttermane isn't common in a number of archetypes, but every now and then has been teched in, even into the likes of Charizard, as a one count to slow down Lost Zone players, so it seems like the Lost Zone boxes are trying to remain one step ahead in that regard. As for changing up this 60, the Forest Hill Stone I added into the deck list because it was already playing a Raikou, and I also squeezed in one copy of Pokegear, which is relatively frequent within these lists and is often seen in the Western builds of Lost Box. Having played a good amount of this archetype, I've not found the Artisan to be all that powerful, so if I was to be playing Lost Box, I'd look to change up the stadium count that little bit. Even if you're just cutting to one Artisan and adding in one Pokestop or one Town Store, I do think these provide a decent amount of value. I'd personally also like to find a space for a second copy of the emergency board. I think it's such a powerful tool. And another big consideration is that genome hacking option from MuEX. We're already quite thin on the attacking options within the deck list. Genome hacking is obviously very versatile, but there is a good amount of Giratina still in the format. There's still Radiant Greninja and a ton of archetypes. And similar to the Crisis Punch, which is showing up in some Lost Box lists, this can be another late game attacking option into the Charizard matchup. So those would be kind of my top techs that are currently not within the 60. For the fourth best performer in the City Leagues, we have Chien-Pao Baxcalibur with 4,390 championship points earned. Chien-Pao is one of the big beneficiaries of some of the new cards in the format. The Buddy Poffin works really nicely in the list to get multiple Bidoof and Frigibacks developed early. Prime Catcher is of course Irida searchable, so it does give you great bench control over your opponent, especially alongside a copy of Counter Catcher. And the Codebreaker makes it into this list as a single count. It can work nicely off concealed cards, Pokestop, and Bibarel in the list, so there's no shortage of means to pop off with this card. Chien-Pao's of course been given the luxury of space with the post-rotation format because it no longer has to play 4 copies of Pokestop to deal with Path to the Peak, and instead is opting for a healthier support account, making me think that in a blind Game 1 scenario, you actually want to go second with the deck list because we are still setup reliant, but we finally have a reasonable supporter line to lean into. As for some other cards which have been showing up in a number of these Chien-Pao lists, the Kyogre is certainly another interesting single prize attacking option to try and force your prize map in a certain direction. The Kyogre, of course, very good at taking 2 prize knockouts on the lower hit point V Pokemon like Rotom and Lumineon. Can also be very solid in the mirror match because, as you can see, Manaphy isn't a staple and in fact is commonly not found in these Chien-Pao lists, so it could be a great way to control your opponent's bench a little bit. Chien-Pao is still about maximizing your ratios to actually cycle through the deck and find these combos turn to turn, so I would be liberal in adding in any additional tech cards, but Manaphy and Kyogre are kind of the standouts to me right now. In at the 5th best performing City League deck, we have Lugia V-Star Archeops with 3,971 championship points earned, and basically everyone has taken the stock 60 from the Fukuoka Champions League. No surprise there, it won the tournament, and there aren't any really wild counts. Chinchino being this fantastic beat stick single prize attacker, which is kind of the selling point, the reason why Lugia's had this huge resurgence. And Miss Energy is a nice colorless energy card which sort of joins the mix. Definitely going to be a frustrating card for Lost Zone box players, Giratina players, Roaring Moon builds as well. The deck's still a little bit clunky, but it plays off the board really nicely and has great ways to offset a prize race, so it does have great comeback potential in the format as well. Because this list has been so successful and has been used over and over again, there really aren't aren't many other cards that you consider going into Lugia, because there really aren't many easy cuts within the deck list unless you want to take away from the core strategy, which is just bin your Archeops, get your Summoning Star going. So making any space within the list is hard to justify right now. If anything, it's going to be toying around with counts, like possibly you could reduce your energy count by 1, possibly you could add or change up your ball search line, possibly weaving in a second copy of Luminion, something like that. So those are the things that I'd justify over any of these other less popular inclusions. For the 6th best performing deck, we have the Future Iron Hands build with 3,798 championship points earned. Once again, the Fukuoka 60 kind of became the norm. I think the big difference is that pretty much everyone cut the Morty from the list and also reduced that crazy counter catcher count that was previously 4 copies to incorporate 2 copies of Poker Gear and 2 copies of Boss's Orders to keep your prize map a little bit more flexible by having more options to gust throughout the game. Speaking of which, Prime Catcher has also found its way into the deck list over the Reboot Pod. This does make you a little bit more vulnerable with your heavy batons if they get vacuumed away, and essentially forces your electric generators to hit a little bit more frequently, but in doing so, that Prime Catcher unlocks a lot of power for you, especially when your high roll situations with hitting from generator can sometimes result in a turn 1 attack with an arm press, and if you're buffing it with your Future Booster or your Iron Crown, that can mean an early 2 prize knockout on Evolving V Pokemon, which can ruin some opponents' early setup. There are a few interesting other additions. Kind of my favorite actually is the Psychic Energy as a 1 count. I think it allows your Miraidon attack to be a little bit more flexible. Oftentimes putting an extra energy onto your active single prize Pokemon is somewhat hedging for your opponent trying to look to gust your 2 prizes regardless. It means that if they are going to make that play, you can once again bring the Miraidon into the active, attach a 3rd energy onto it to become a threat in its own right, to once again force your opponent into a situation where they have to gust again. When we're already playing Boss, Poker Gear, and Counter Catcher, I think you already have a decent amount of control over Gust, so there's still a debate whether or not Reboot Pod is the best. It seems like Prime Catcher has really overtaken it in popularity, but whenever I've played the list so far, I've been really thankful to have the Reboot Pod for some guaranteed extra attachments throughout the game. So I'm personally kind of torn on this one, even though it's dropping rapidly out of popularity. For the 7th best performing archetype, we have Arceus Giratina with 3,480 championship points earned. Arceus Giratina can power through the Charizard matchup much better than previously thanks to the maximum belt inclusion that can push Giratina's Lost Impact into a 1-hit KO, as well as the Iron Leaves EX as a grass tech attacking option. And as you can see with that high Iono and Judge count, you're still trying to disrupt the opponent on most turns of the game, knowing that you have the Industrious Incisors Nest Stash combination so that you can continue to cycle quite happily. And kind of the new star player for Arceus is the Eri supporter. I think there's so many ways you can really cheese opponents by removing some crucial resources. This will oftentimes be chosen over or instead of an Iono or Judge with your early game star buff, trying to snipe Ultra Balls, rare candies, superior energy retrievals. Who knows, sometimes you can snipe your opponent's ace spec card. There's so many things the Eri can hit right now, which can once again stunt your opponent's next turn, buying you more time to get extra Trinity Novas and your board develop that little bit further. As for other cards to consider outside of the standard 60, the League headquarters could be in addition to or instead of the Lost City. This one kind of depends once again on the metagame. If you're expecting more Great Tusk Mill, more Ancient Box, more Lost Box, the League HQ may be preferred, but Lost City is of course a great way to remove resources from your opponent for good. And then we have kind of the damage modifiers of Radiant Gardevoir in a defensive sense and Choice Belt in an aggressive sense. The belt can help you get around V-Guard energy against the Lugia matchup, and the Radiant Gardevoir can protect you from Giratina in mirror match situations or against the Lost Zone Giratina builds, at least forcing a V-Star out of them. It's easy to see why these cards don't necessarily make it into the standard 60s, but these are worth teching in if you expect an uptick in either of these archetypes. In at number 8, we have the Lost Zone build of Giratina with 3,219 championship points earned. Once again, Iron Leaves has found a new home in this list because you're naturally already playing a decent amount of grass energy, and Mirage Gate to supplement it to have a 1-hit KO option into Charizard alongside your Star Requiem. Giratina also more than happy to gain the emergency board and Prime Catcher, similar to how Lost Box has incorporated these cards. The real standout card to me is the Forest Stone becoming a very common inclusion in Giratina V-Star. You will be using Star Requiem in a huge number of matchups, so it was a real surprise to see the Forest Stone in over 80% of the best performing Tina builds, and I'd definitely like to hear your thoughts on that one. There are some other counts within the deck list that I would like to bolster, things like an extra Buddy Poffin, possibly a 3rd copy of Super Rod, but I could also definitely see myself making a space for 1 copy of Temple of Sinnoh. It gives you an out around Mist Energy, as well as V-Guard Energy, which are both found within the Lugia list, and every now and then we are seeing that Mist Energy pop up in Charizard builds, in some Arc builds as well. So in order to unlock your V-Star power, I could see it being a reasonable include. In at number 9, we have Roaring Moon with 2,100 championship points earned. It's a pretty interesting case here where previously the Ancient Box was outperforming the Roaring Moon EX, but that's actually swung back in favor of a build that is looking really to hybrid between Roaring Moon EX and still having 4 copies of the new new Roaring Moon single prize attacking option, and some Dark Patch to supplement your energy acceleration so that we can Frenzy Gouge and Calamity Storm when required. The deck is still playing 25 Ancient cards, so you actually can get to a decent threshold with your single prizer, but the Roaring Moon EX is of course going to chip into the likes of Charizard and possibly some of your V-Star matchups in the opening stages. This is actually one of the archetypes that I've played the least with because I actually have more experience with a pure single prize build, so it's one that I'm looking forward to trying out once again. As for other potential inclusions, when you're already playing the Pal Pad, Roxanne seems like a reasonable consideration, so you can give yourself a pretty decent hand size and have some disruption to go back at your opponent with in matchups like Lost Box and other aggressive archetypes. And even though Squawkability X is far, far worse in a Roaring Moon deck without the option to have.
The new Battle Pass is out in Pokemon TCG Live, and the free deck that we get is Lugia V-Star. And not just any Lugia V-Star. This is Gabriel Fernandez's World Champion Lugia V-Star deck with some interesting techs, including Path to the Peak and Slacking V. If you want to play the deck in the current meta as is, totally cool. However, if you want to update it for the current meta, we're in the Paldean Fates meta right now, I've got just the thing for you. I'm Jet from inthirdperson.com. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. And yeah, let's take a look at the updated build for Lugia V-Star, the colorless version. So Lugia V-Star is the backbone of this deck. It's got the attack Tempest Dive for 200, does 220 damage for 4 colorless energy. It's a very expensive attack, but 220 is a decent amount of damage. You're going to be knocking out most basic EXs, most Pokemon V, getting 1-shots, 2 prizes, great. But really, Lugia V-Star is here for Summoning Star, which lets you get 2 colorless Pokemon out of your discard pile and just bench them right away. And we are going to be benching Archeops with its Primal Turbo ability. If we get 2 of these on the board, we can accelerate up to 4 special energy onto your Pokemon, which is absolutely nuts. If you get only 1 down, you get 2 energy. It's 2 energy per Archeops, and it's not ideal, certainly, but you can scrape a couple of wins here and there if you get only 1 Archeops down, but of course, you're always aiming to get 2 on the bench. And then once you've got your Archeops down, then you've got a myriad of attackers that you can attack with. Lugia is a solid attacker, does a decent amount of damage. You're one-shotting some basic EXs and some Pokemon V, and it's got 280 HP, which can be upped even higher with V-Guard energy against Pokemon V attackers. And it's a really solid attacker in the deck, and 280 HP, very high, very hard for many decks to one-hit KO. Snorlax makes a appearance in this deck. It's got the Unfazed Fat ability, prevents all effects of attack, so your opponent can't Sableye this, for example. Roaring Moon technically can't Frenzy Gouging this, but Roaring Moon wouldn't do that anyway. Giratina V-Star probably wouldn't want to attack Snorlax with the Star Requiem, but it can't do that anyway. And it's a pretty solid attacker, 150 big basic, and Thumping Snore does 180 damage. And yeah, this Pokemon does fall very asleep. You have to hit 2 heads to wake it up, but there's therapeutic energy in the deck to negate that effect. So theoretically, Snorlax could attack multiple times. It's great against single prizers. And oftentimes, like against Lost Box, Cramorant can't one-shot it. Sableye can't one-shot it. It's going to tank hits from both of those. So really nice attacker, and 180 damage puts you in 2-shot range of everything in the game. Drapion is mostly here for the Mew matchup, and on Pokemon TCG Live, we don't see Mew much anymore. However, you can power up Dynamic Tail to hit other Psychic Pokemon like a Gardevoir EX, which might make it worthwhile. I've kept it in here for now. There have been times testing this deck where it has bailed me out, and definitely if you're playing in a tournament, you're gonna run into a lot of Gardevoir and Mew, so keep the Drapion in there for that. We've got Mew EX, which is a really cool attacker in this deck. It does have Restart as a ability to draw more cards, which is nice, but really in the context of Lugia, we're using Genome Hacking as its attack, lets you choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use it as Mew's attack. This lets you copy stuff like Lost Impact and just one-shot a Giratina, lets you copy Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and do 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. Really versatile attacker in this deck. For your end game, we've got Radiant Charizard. It's got the Excited Heart ability where its attack cost comes down by 1 colorless for each prize card your opponent's taken. So once the game comes down to the point they've taken 2 prizes, you can use Radiant Charizard with the Luminous Energy in the deck to attack for 1 energy and do 250 damage. We also have Weirdeer, which is a interesting attacker. It's got the Frontier Road ability where once during your turn, if you move Weirdeer from the bench to the active, you can move all the energy on your side of the board to the Weirdeer, which powers up Psy Shield Dash, which does 40 damage, and this attack does 40 damage for each energy attached to this Pokemon. It is going to be your hardest hitter, but you pretty much only have 1 shot, so you really need to make this count. For support Pokemon, we've got Dunsparce to negate the lightning weakness. It negates all weakness of colorless Pokemon. Really, we're trying to make sure Lugia doesn't get one-shotted. Squawkabilly EX technically gets protected as well, though Squawkabilly's pretty easy to one-hit KO anyway. It's got the Squawk and Seize ability where on your first turn, you can discard your hand, draw up to 6 cards. Really good for helping you set up while also getting Archeops in the discard pile. We've got 1 Pumpkaboo to get rid of a stadium. We really don't want to see Pat to the Peak in our first 2 turns. And we also have Luminion. We've got 2 copies of Luminion because of how important it is to this deck. We get to, when we bench it, we get Luminous Sign, which allows us to grab a supporter from our deck, put it into our hand. In particular, in the early game, we're going to be using this to fish out Professor Burnett, which lets you search your deck for up to 2 guards and discard them, then shuffle your deck. And we are going to be using this to get the Archeops in the discard pile so we can pop off with Lugia on the following turn. We also have Mezagoza, 2 copies of this, where we bench it or we put the stadium out in play. You flip a coin. If heads, grab a Pokemon of your choice. This deck is very combo heavy, and you need to get the right Pokemon in the right order. So Mezagoza gives us a bit more of a chance to do that. Yes, we are flipping coins, but this also acts as a Path to the Peak bump as well. So you could use Great Balls here instead and try and up your Pokemon search counts even higher. I like Mezagoza because it also bumps Path to the Peak. 3 Nest Balls to get our basics down, 2 copies of Professor's Research. We get to discard our hand and draw 7. There are certain times you have like too much energy in your hand and you don't want to use Research, but there are other times where you can use it to get the Archeops in the discard pile, and you just get like seeing 7 cards, which is very nice. Capturing Aroma, unfortunately a big part of this deck. I absolutely hate this card, but in the current meta where our Pokemon search is a little weird, you kind of have to use this card. You flip a coin. If heads, you get an evolution Pokemon. If tails, you get a basic. Yes, there's lots of coin flips, and there are going to be times you flip the wrong thing, but enough of the time you're going to need that Pokemon search, and whether you grab a basic or an evolution Pokemon, it'll most likely help you out. We got 1 copy of Thornton, really cool card in this deck where you get to choose a basic Pokemon in your discard pile and switch it with one of your basic Pokemon in play. And then all of the other attacks, damage count, or all the other like attached cards and effects stay. So this can be a way of, say, you're playing against Mew VMAX, you put in the Drapion, Drapion gets knocked out, you can Thornton the Drapion back into play and knock out a second Mew VMAX for the win. There are other scenarios where you could use it to get Weirdeer back, get Charizard back. You probably don't want to get Charizard back because the Luminous Energy you can't recover. But Thornton does give you some really cool opportunities to jump between attackers, or even like a Mew EX where you can get a second Lost Impact, which is very cool. 3 copies of Boss's Orders, gust an opponent's bench Pokemon into the active. 2 copies of Iono for hand disruption. Both players shuffle their hands, put it to the bottom of their deck, and then draw equal to the number of prize cards remaining. Can also be a great comeback card. Give your opponent a handful of resources, like 1 or 2 cards towards the end of the game. 1 copy of Collapse Stadium. This is going to be used to bump stuff like Squawkabilly and Luminion off of our board so they can't get gusted up. Also just disruptive for your opponent because so many decks want to go 5 wide on their bench. And then 4 copies of Ultra Ball to discard 2 cards, grab a Pokemon of our choice. Of course, we're trying to get Archeops in the discard pile as well. For energy, we've got a ton of special energy here. We've got 4 copies of Double Turbo Energy. Counts as 2 colorless energy, though you are going to be minusing 20 damage off of your attacks for each Double Turbo you have attached. So keep that in mind when you are distributing your energy. We've got 2 copies of V-Guard. Helps you take 30 less damage from opposing Pokemon for the Archeops.
Pardon me. Yo, Koopa gifted a sub over to Professor Pierce. Thank you for that gifted sub, Koopa. Appreciate that. Looking forward to new I did each day with some banger decks and the new cards. It's always a fun time. 6 HP Beldum. Nah, no way we play that. Battle VIP fish into energy recovery. I guess we play the Basque Legion. Play Squawk. Not the other Beldam. Why would the 7 HP Beldam sucks? The 6 HP Beldam sucks. Why would we play it? Nah, there's no optimal Beldam. Or the 70. You just play a 70 HP one. Oh, I guess that's okay. Huh. Alright, is this actually optimal Beldam? Honestly, it might be. King X and Lugia? Nah, you just play Cinchino. Yeah, 2-2? Ah, sure. Alright, actually, yeah, maybe. This actually isn't even a bad Beldam. Yeah, okay. Alright, what other Metagrosses? I'm pretty sure we don't play a Metagross. Okay, Metagross sucks. Yeah, they're all bad, okay. Play the Schmanaphy. Greninja. How much energy? 18 metals. Alright, let's add that real quick. Yeah, rating Greninja. If we're playing 18 metal energy, we definitely play Greninja. What's the Ace Spec Prime Catcher? Is there any reason to play any other Ace Spec? Yeah, okay, there's no other Ace Spec. Yeah, true, we could play that. Appreciate the fall there, son. To be fair, though, chat, we've played against 2 Lost Zone decks. Honestly, we probably don't need a tech for it. Yo, what up, Dre? What's going on? Cape? Nah, Prime Catcher definitely is the way to go. 100%. We definitely play Prime Catcher. Metagross VMAX? I miss that card, yeah. When it was a good quad deck, it was fun. Irida? 4 Turo scenario? Wait, what? Let's play 4 Turo? What would you ever play 4 Turo for? I'm trying to blank. That doesn't seem right. Plays Eerie too. Or Turo? That's the list I'm looking at that won a City League. Oh, true, Jack. Okay. I feel like that's still bad, though, because then they can, like, punish you by bossing your Dialga V the following turn. Yeah, maybe Kappa. That's true. I'm playing it safe, Prince. We're gonna play it safe. I don't want to get Greninja cheesed out of the game. The draw engine? There is no draw engine. I guess Greninja. Turo the discard energy? I guess. Nah, no way. I don't like that. I think that's cap. That's cap for sure. Yo, appreciate the follow there. Thank you. Nah, I'm not playing that. There's no way that's good. There ain't no way I'm playing that many Turos. I mean, maybe 1 Turo, I guess. So let's play a counter catcher. I want to play the 1 prize Zam too. Let's play Skolvit 2. Skolvit Mew is its engine. Yo, Swiffer, thank you for the follow. Actually, Mew is actually probably good in here, right? Because you can build it up. Yeah, okay, actually I kind of like that. Mew is good because you can build it up with Matang. Devolution? The Dunsparce. Yumi or Suki? I have no idea. If y'all go close to Oko, you can promote to donk damage. Yo, true. Max Belt? Yeah, but 220 is usually enough. But I guess actually if you're playing against the deck with 230, maybe we do play Max Belt. Then we can play Arven instead of Irida. Nah, it's not in the Discord, no. If we play Ultra Ball Rod? Nah, Scizor. I don't think you need Scizor. We do need Ultra Balls. But isn't... This deck needs Jack, right? Yeah, this deck 100% needs Jack. See, my question is the Basculin worth it? Is it really worth it to play a Basculin? Let me see if I can find another list that doesn't play Basculin. I feel like that's just bad. Because you just play Rod and... Well, I was going to say Recycler. Recycler rotated. TM Energy Excel? Nah. TM Evo is not bad. Nest Ball? Yeah, we got to play it. We'll add Nest Balls. We have the Hisuian Basculin, though, too. Should at least play some Nest Balls. Basculegion? No, Basculegion does damage for each energy in your discard pile. So at the end of the game, it hits really hard. Okay, I'm just going to go to Pokébook. I have that many crystals? I just have a ton of cards that just get dusted from packs. Let me see here. Origin Form Dialga. What do you got? Yo, appreciate the fall there, La Life. See, yeah, I'm looking at a build without Basculin. This one got top 16. One of Zam. 3-3 Dialga for... Actually, I kind of like this build. I don't know, the build with the Sandshrew feels kind of... I don't know if I like that. 15 energy. Builds I'm looking at play like Bibarel in the deck. Like a 1-1 Bibarel. Okay, there's a build I see here I kind of like. There's like a build I see that I kind of like. Plays a Zam. This one, I'm looking at a build that plays Arvin over Irida. I still feel like Jack's good, right? Irida just finds you Basculins. What do you think will do well at EUIC? No idea. Snorlax probably is going to be good. Control. It might be a little clunky, actually. Oh, bro, we went over 60 cards? I didn't even see that. Huh. Okay. Could play one Lumi? Yeah, maybe. Adamant? Yeah, Adamant's not a bad idea either. We definitely need Rod. Eerie and Blocker? Yeah, Mawile Control for the win. This build I'm looking at, I don't know. This build doesn't play Manaphy. Do we just say screw the Manaphy? I am going to regret that, but, well, yeah, whatever, sure. The build I'm looking at doesn't play Jack, though. Maybe Jack is just bad? It's like 3 Iono, 1 Research. 17 energy. Add a Research. This one plays a Defiance Band, too. Just one... Only 2 Buddy Poffins. I see. Okay, okay, 3 Buddy Poffin is still good. I mean, I guess you have Basculin. Maybe this is the way to go. Dialga Matang. Yeah, I think we definitely play 3, 100%. Which one is better, Raging Bolt Guardy or Sandy Shocks? I think Sandy Shocks. I haven't played Guardy yet, so I have no idea. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. This is the one I don't know. I like this one. Let's try it. I don't know about the Basket Legion though, but we'll try it out. Maybe it's good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at other lists. That's probably the best option. Looking at the other lists, that's probably the best option. Probably the best option. I want Dialga Matang to be good too. I think there is potential for sure. 100% it has potential. Alright, it's fine. You get farmed by Dialga on the ladder. First Matang hit 4 energy. You hate to see it. Bro, the amount of times I hit 4 energy in a pre-release with Matang was kind of crazy. Matang went off in the pre-release. Because you play like 20 energy and it's like guaranteed to hit. Garbolt is clunky? Yeah. I don't know. Guardiable could be good, but I feel like you just play Gardevoir at that point. I don't know. Lugia? I haven't played Lugia yet. Play Level Ball with Matang? If only Level Ball was still in the format. Three Dialga? Yeah, you definitely play 3-3, yeah. Yo, Chad, we hit a Gengar deck. Gengar doesn't work against Matang, so we're chilling. Alright, this is a good hand. Buddy Poff and Team Evo don't be prized. Thank you. Oh, we could go... Do we ever go Basculin? I don't want them to set up, but they are a bit of a slower deck. Okay, I'm going to go Basculin, actually, then. And then we'll do the Evo next turn. I want to get the lads out. Maybe should have prize checked. Boltguardy is a pile, but I haven't tried it yet. I can't say if it's bad, to be honest. In my opinion, I don't think it's good, but I think that I have to play it before I form an actual opinion on it. Yeah, Matang wouldn't work anyways with Level Ball. Okay, this deck maybe actually could get better when we get that new ace spec. That new ace spec that lets you get 3 stage 1s actually could be good with this deck. Rev Room like a draw engine. Yeah, Rev Room could be good one of in here too, maybe. Some of the lists, pardon me, some of the lists I saw in Japan were playing a 1-1 Bibarel in here, so maybe that's good. I don't hate Rev Room though. The Rev Room could be good as its own like deck, obviously too, right? Like Rev Room EX Matang. I'm not gonna play that today, but that's definitely something that I wrote down for like a video idea. Because I've always wanted to do something with Rev Room EX, but before Matang, there's like no way I could build it up and make it consistent. Do we ever worry about Gengar? Maybe. We just Metal Blast into Oblivion? Seems good. Salvatore is kind of cool. I haven't played it yet. Yo, the Matang top deck. Now we can attach here before my opponent gets to Gengar. Let's go Matang. Metal Maker? Oh, cooked, bro. Cooked. Honestly, I probably could have killed the school of it. That actually might have been a good idea. I don't want them to attack me first. Let's grab a Dialga here. Wait, I'm trolling. I should have attached the active. Forgot we have to use a friggin... Okay, whatever. That was a misplay. I should have attached the energy to the active, because I forgot we actually need energy for the Team Evo. It's fine. Honestly, never punished. Yeah, I should have attached the active. My bad. F. Could evolve the Mew EX into Dialga? That'd be sick. Feels we're not fearing Path the Peak. Yeah, true. I mean, I think Path... Well, I don't think Path will come back. I think they'll reprint, or something will come out that's similar to Path the Peak. It'll be Laugh to the Peak, you know? No Ace-Spec grab? Well, I don't think we need it. I honestly, yeah, maybe we should have grabbed Prime Catcher. I think Ultra Balls is fine, though, because we can grab Matang with it. I want them to kill me first so I can counter Catcher. Kind of feel bad. My opponent's deck doesn't really... Like, Gengar doesn't do anything as Dialga, because it's the friggin' Matang. That's kind of sick. I did say that the next deck we were going to do is Gengar, so... After we're done playing Dialga at some point, we're going to probably go try Gengar. You think Drago might find a space in this meta? With Arc maybe, because you can play it with Noivern EX, which is honestly not bad. Noivern gets more value this format, and Regidrago can abuse it. Gengar doesn't really do anything in general. That's true. It's a cool deck, but yeah. Incineroar, I did not know. I can show it afterwards if you want to check it out. Gengar Spiritomb. Wait, what does Spiritomb do? I think we just Metal Blast into Star Chronos. I could just kill their Bibarel, actually. Yeah, okay, we just kill the Bibs. Sorry, buddy. Pretty good. That is pretty good. Because they're going to move an energy off. We definitely put all the energy on. I could Star Chronos here. No. Do I ever Star Chronos? No, I think we save Star Chronos. Should I Star Chronos? Actually, now I'm considering it. Lol. But now I'm considering the Star Chronos. I don't think it's... Is it worth it to Star Chronos? Oh, 3 energy? Cooked. Because I can go knockout Bibarel. No, we Star Chronos. Yeah, it's fine. Do Torterra? We're going to do Gengar next. We might do Torterra later. You'll appreciate the follow there, Pefhifu. Good prize? I'm not going to play that, obviously. Getting Prime Catcher here would be pretty good. Off the top deck or Mew? Yo, give me a Prime Catcher one time. Nope. Arvin, Prime Catcher? Boss, one time. Oh! No shot I drew that! That's crazy. I mean... Do I just bring in the other Gengar and just... Yeah, let's bring this in. Sure, I'll just, like, smack this thing. Bro ain't moving anytime soon, so... Yeah. Probably Matang again. You'll appreciate that follow there. Anvil was taken. I probably shouldn't go too overboard with my energy attachments. Honestly, maybe we do play a Turo in here. I don't know. Matang with Deciphering? Yeah, we could play that too, I guess. Dialga V-Star like crazy since the update, but you're not sold on Mew EX and Bastion Legion? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I was thinking about a 1-1 Beebs too, honestly, God. We'll see. Why didn't you go Mew? I'm just gonna take out the... I guess, whatever, who cares? No, they drew Iona off Scovet anyways, bro. Drew that nuts. Oh, you know what we can do, actually? Speaking of Mew, we could actually use Mew to copy Gengar. No, Mew's weak to Dark, actually. I don't do that. Goldengo? I've not played Goldengo. We're just playing, like, new decks today. What up, Pokepadre? Oh, they hit the Prime Catcher off the Iona. That's pretty good. All right. My opponent's actually keeping up. That's kind of scary. They can KO a Matang, but I can maybe KO them back. Yeah, I maybe should have just... Honestly, I should have just killed the Scovet. My evening's good. Taken. It was good. They got lucky, though. They hit Iona. Because I was hoping the Gengar was going to be trapped for a turn, and I could just knock it out. F. Goldengo, Paradox Rift. Or the Paldean Fates, you mean? Paldean Fates Goldengo with Matang. That could be a fun meme. Now let's get another Beldum down, I guess. We can play our hand down a little bit, which is cool. My evening was good, and hope you're having a good evening, too. Yeah, they kept Mew alive. Honestly, killing Mew there probably was not a bad play, but I guess whatever. I need to find Super Rod. How many energies do I have left? 3? Maybe I should have went into this Dialga. Honestly, that might have been a throw. No, I can just boss here, though. I'll just boss knock this guy out. And they'll save the hand, just in case they stall sling. I'm gonna make sure I have a way to move. Should probably play a switch in here too, to be honest. That's not a bad shout either. Yeah, I feel like I definitely wasted Star Chronos. I don't know. Hitting the Gengar there was kind of a NPC misplay for sure. It wasn't really a misplay. It was just kind of like a questionable play. We just built it. I haven't posted it or anything. I have not posted it. I got some of this list off Pokebook. I'm still deciding whether or not the Basculin is good. Goldengo with Palk and no support Pokemon? Well, that's kind of how the deck usually plays. You just play with like a Rating Greninja. Pokemon Pokemon Fanatics. Bro couldn't read. They got a counter? They're drawing the nuts right now. Holy moly. Well, I mean, it's fine. Wow, they had that. I was literally about to say, if they don't get rid of my hand here, I can probably knock him out because I can go attach Metal Maker. Okay, that's not bad. That puts me closer. I would have had the KO if they didn't do that. Wow. My opponent is drawing really well right now, considering they have no draw engine. Holy crap. That's pretty good. Yo, not like this, bro. They have another Bidoof. Yeah, Dialga's pretty sick. You don't like the Basculin? Goldengo superior? It's devastating when timed properly. They tend to get fixated on the Dialga and ignore the Bass that doesn't need energy to attack. That's true. Maybe we do play Turos then, actually. Do you think the V-Star is better than EXs? You think the V-Stars are better than the X's? I think depends on what V-Star is, to be honest. Maybe we do try the Turo engine then. Ooh. I need 1 energy. I need a Metal Maker into 1 energy. Do I just Arvin for Ultra Ball? Do I have an Ultra Ball in the deck? No, I don't. Okay, with the Iono then. I don't have an Ultra Ball left. I need to hit a Matang off the Iono. No! F, we whiffed the knockout. That's fine. No, we have a knockout. I forgot the thing has 310 HP. What am I saying? Bro, I forgot. Bro, for some reason that Gengar had 330 HP. Never mind. Alright, game's over. Body Poffin is more balanced than VIP? It is, yes. Another card for this deck, Digging Duo? The Sandshrew, right? What does that even do? Okay, after this game, we're gonna go back to the deck and check out, like, scope our list out again. I did see sand shoes in some of the lists from Japan. I don't know if that's good, but maybe it is good. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting trolled. Alright. No way. I mean, even if they have Arcane Gengar, doesn't matter. I think we should win here. That Gengar? That doesn't really matter. Doesn't that force me to switch, though? Think Tina's good? I don't know. Haven't played it. That's a lie. I have actually played Tina post-rotation for testing. It's actually not terrible, yes. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't know if we need the Basculin. Bro, stop drawing so good off these Scovids, bro. What? It doesn't matter. We still probably win anyway. That's kind of funny, though. Wait, what does this do? Oh, they can get rid of an energy? No, that doesn't matter. What am I saying? That's crazy, bro. I've been going crazy, bro. No way. They flip tails anyways, bro. Let's go. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, my opponent had no draw engine. They actually were able to do a lot that game. They kept drawing well off Scovid. That's crazy. Sandshoe that stops him putting trainers back? It is, yes. Okay, we'll take a look at the list after this game. Flip a coin, look at the bottom, and add one. Oh, that card. Maybe. Want to play Sandshoe? Hand Trimmer? No, Hand Trimmer and Dialga? Yo, Gazer, what's up? I didn't want to go to Vancouver. I wanted to stay home and make videos. Sandshoe. What does this boy do, bro? What does Jit do? Sandshoe. Trainer your cards in your opponent's discard pile can be poked back in their deck. That just stops Palpad, right? What's the point of the Sandshoe? I don't think there's a point. That's troll. So ladder, we only lose 10 points. Yeah, 20 for winning, or 25 for winning. Yeah, 10 for losing. Yozo, welcome back. We actually just played against the Gengar deck. Unfortunately, we beat it, but yeah. I don't get why you would play that. I don't know. Yell's Cheer. I guess it helps against control. I guess it's a control tech. PlayStation Lugia? Maybe. I'm not sure, though. Maybe, but probably not. Okay, I don't know. I'm feeling like the list is still fine. But I guess like a one of Turo wouldn't hurt, yeah. Maybe we can cut a Matang out and just play like a Turo. Let's try the Turo. Nothing to do with your accessibility in Canada. Oh my god, Dre. True, because you are on the West Coast. Vancouver isn't probably that hard for you to get to. Basically, Zard players hate control install now. I mean, that's why you play it. You beat Zard. Yeah, Tusk. True. Tusk is probably fine without it, though. You just sit there and load up Dialga, right? You just don't even bother putting Matang down. Sancho prevents Ancient supporters. It prevents, like, Palpad and stuff, right? I don't know if it's needed. It would be so easy. 2025, I can go to Canada. Yo, let's go. I mean, that's next year, bro. Maybe they'll probably have Vancouver again. Let's be real. Good start. What am I playing against? I'm going second. All right, we just go Basculin. I don't know what I'm up against. Fluttermane. The Buttermane. We're in Ultra Ball right now. We're in the Necrozma one. We're going to see by the end of the stream if we can hit Master Ball. Ancient Box. I don't know about this matchup, actually. Actually, no. We do have DL. We have the ability to take 2 prizes, which is good. A Triple Force TB? I mean, yeah, if you want to get... I mean, obviously, it's better to buy a booster box, but if you want to get an ETB, if it's your best option, go for it. I'm going to say this. I got this at Walmart yesterday, and I pulled a Prime Catcher in it, and I was looking for one. So, but that was just luck, obviously. Basculation seems like it would help. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay, nah, we don't need the Sandshoe. Okay, Counter Catcher's not bad. Putting Mew in play is a very bad idea, but I do need to draw cards. I can't really do it, man. Let's just gather the crew. I need the crew. Yeah, we'll go Greninja. Yeah, screw Mew. We'll grab Greninja instead. It's better. Where replaces Melanie and Palkia Shenpao deck? Nothing. I guess EXP share is your best option. Annihilate with Max Belt or Hero Cape? Ooh, Max Belt Annihilate's actually... Does that matter? Maybe, I don't know. Hero Cape might be better than Annihilate. Lugia with Cinccino? I have not, no. I don't really think I'm going to be doing that today. Lugia does not pique my interest at the moment. Ooh, they actually hit the Fluttermane. It's pretty good. Honestly, I think we're going to go after the Greninja here if I get the ability to. I mean, eventually, probably, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go after the Greninja here this turn. If I can find Dialga and a Metang. It's pretty good. It's doable. Maybe not. Fudge. Oh, I could Turo and Greninja again. Nah, Arven's always better, right? Am I trolling? Why? Yo, wait. Do I just metal coating? Right? We just metal coating here. It's pretty good. I can't. Honestly, yo, TM Evo isn't a terrible play, but then I can threaten the Dialga with. No. Yeah. We definitely TM Evo. Oh no, we definitely do metal coating. I mean, sorry. Yeah, I think this is definitely the play. Because now we threaten the turn 2 V-Star. Or not turn 2. We can go boss, knock out Greninja. Or counter out Greninja with Star Chronos. And then we smoke whatever they bring in. Tinkaton? Maybe at some point to Dunsparce. I feel like Bastion's only good versus fire decks. Arctina with Max Belt. Arguja with Hero Cape? I haven't played those yet either, but I don't think we're going to be doing any Arc piles today. Like, we're just playing the new decks today. I just want to play new cards. I don't really have any interest in playing Lugia or Arc today, because technically there's new cards in the deck, but it's not new enough for me to want to care. So I think people would probably rather just watch me play the fun new stuff instead of the same old boring rotation cards. This is the best decks after rotation are. Charizard seems good. Snorlax. Lugia. Zamazenta with Metang, no Dialga, no Goldengo. I actually don't hate that. Like a solo Zam deck. I don't hate it. You can play like Bravery Charms and stuff. I don't hate it. We were doing Incineroar earlier, Pokemon. That's what we were just playing. It was not bad. Okay. The Koraidon's kind of annoying, but whatever. Alright, what do we top deck? The Schmeldum. Okay. Well, I think I have to put Mew in play. I have a choice. You don't have to play Mew here. I don't like this because I don't want to give them an easy like counter catcher 2-prize knockout, but I do need a Metang. Maybe I should have TM Evo'd then. And I didn't even get a Metang. It's fine, we got concealed cards. Metang? Yeah. Now I need 1 energy Metang. That's all I have. 1 energy. Just need 1 energy. 2 is good. It's very good, actually. Nice. Alright. 2-prize turn. Let's go. Due diligence for Orlando? True. Wait, you're going to be at Orlando, right, Dre? I think I asked you this yesterday. I don't know if I saw your message, though. I might have glanced over it. No worries, Ginger. Appreciate the support. Dialga take 2 turns? I mean, dude, it's good. It's pretty good. Yeah, Dialga's pretty good. Honestly, benching the Mew might lose me the game, to be honest. Whatever, we'll see. Benching Mew could be the game-losing play. Getting boss this turn would be nice. So I can boss kill one of the... I can boss kill Moon. Nope. I think I'm going to Tang first. I'm not really looking for energy. I just want to play it just to burn it. Well, Grish Ninja. Boss. Nope. Yeah, I got Ultra Ball. Pretty good, actually. Okay, maybe Metagross could be good in this deck just for like a matchup like this. We have more 1-prizers to use. Maybe. Boss? 1 time? Damn. Rip, okay, whatever. I mean, we're getting 2 prizes. That's all that matters. We're going to get killed by Moon. I feel like we're still probably going to lose. We need to get, like, Iono. Put them to a small hand. And then hope that they don't go from there. I don't know. This is probably bad. I don't know. This might not be an easy game to win, to be honest. Nice. Yo, I'll see you there then, Dre. Would Vitality be good to get over? That's what I was thinking. A Vitality or Defiance Band definitely seems good. How many Metal Energy? 17. Yeah, we got 17 in here. Pokestop? Okay, yo, that actually could help me. Yeah, see, if they mill bad cards, this could be good if I Iona them and they don't find anything. That could be my win con. It's Path or Matang. I like it. I like it. Honestly, yo, there's a lot of things you could theoretically play with Matang. Damn, that's just enough damage. What? Iono top deck would go hard. Nope. Can you get Zam? Yo, okay, all right. It's good. I probably need to find Super Rod, actually. Or, oh, I have 9 energy. Okay, we need to get Basculin back. Yeah, we definitely need Basculin. Need to find Basculin. You want those Pokestops? That's what I'm saying, bro. Wanted the discards. Nice. Kind of down, just get 2 energy back. Can probably win the game with 1 Matang if worst comes first. All right. This where come back. We need them to brick off this Iono. They've played 2 Sadas already, and they milled an Explorer. Wait, hold on. How many Explorers have they played? Still benching Mew might lose me the game. This is my best chance of winning. Oh, they're down 3 Sadas. Oh, they're cooked, bro. They're cooked. I will hopefully be at Indianapolis. Yeah, I'm probably going to be at Indy. No, they hit that? Dude, come on. You appreciate the fall there, Masson? Can they find Palpet, though? Yo, Explorer for triple Nestball. That's actually jokes. Oh, that's so bad, bro. Bad for my opponent, not me. Pokestop. Okay, nice. I mean, those are cards that I don't really... Well, I guess the Explorer's Guidance can go. Yeah, what's up, Masson? I don't know what to tell you, new name. Okay, they hit an Artisan. I don't like them thinning. They have 1 Sada left, so I think we're fine. I can't kill with Zam, which kind of sucks. I guess that's no biggie, though. Do I Iono? Yo, do I call their bluff and say there's a Sada in their hand? This actually kind of comes down to whether they have a Sada in their hand. I think we save Iono for next turn, right? Yeah, I think we just want to save Iono then, actually. It would have been really good here to kill them with a 1 prize. I think we maybe would have won the game. What up, Eduardo? I'm liking it a lot so far. Yeah, what's up? My favorite Pokemon is Hydreigon. It's literally in the profile picture, bro. If I had Sandshrew, yo, maybe we do play Sandshrew then. Oh, is it worth teching for these, like, random decks that rely heavily on Palpad? Maybe. Okay, good. Nice. That means they don't have it. They go Knockout. I go Zam, Iono to 1. Bench Basculin. Okay. Winnable. It is very winnable. Well, now I don't want to Iono them. Boss discard is good. No, I have to Iono. What am I saying? We have to Iono to 1. Okay. All right, winnable. This comes down to if they get an energy, if they get a dark energy off of this Iono to 1, they win the game. It comes down to whether or not they draw off of this Iono, basically. It's all down to whether or not we Iono them into an energy. It's all down to this. All down to this, chat. And they could get a counter catcher off the Iono, and then they could just win. We don't need any of these anymore. All right, here we go. It's all down to this. They need an energy off the who list. I built it myself. Okay, we got Arvin. There's an Ultra Ball in the deck, right? There's not. Oh, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say we need that. All right, here we go, chat. If they drew a dark energy off this Iono, we most likely lose the game. It's down to this. Well, we don't even most likely. We just flat out lose. We need them to not draw a dark energy. They put 4 back, but they're down at the bottom of the deck. Don't tell me they got it, bro. They gotta have a Pokestop. That's fine. Dude, don't tell me I own them into Super Rod Explorer's Guidance, bro. That would be the cheese. Okay, we win. Nice. We got there, chat. Close game. Close game. GG's. Yeah, so that's what you want to do in this matchup, bro. KO that Greninja on your Star Chronos turn, and you just Iono and pray in the late game and win. And we got there. Whew. Close one. Very close game. Oh, they could have drawn a Vessel too, actually, to win. They had actually, yeah, maybe their odds were very low. That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, you're right, Jack. Yeah, we wouldn't have won that without Bask. All right, Basculin stays. All right, I'm kind of sold on it now. Now I'm kind of sold on the idea of Basculin. Yeah, GG's. That's why I issue with Ancient Box. If, like, they have no cards, like, if they can't draw well, bro, the deck just gets farmed. You just take out the Greninja, and I guess that's the plan. What's up, Red? How we doing? Yeah, GG's. Is there any one prize decent metal attackers? Zamazenta, yeah. There's Zamazenta, the one we were playing. Pretty good. Pretty good card. Highly recommend playing it. Paradox Lost Zone seems kind of busted. I kind of want to try... Do we go? Yeah, we go first, right? Yeah. I kind of want to try a... Scissor, yeah. No, I kind of want to try Gouging Fire Lost Box. I think that could be good. Gouging Fire is kind of like the new version of Dragonite. The Turo early, you'd been able to deny the Dialga. That's true. Maybe we do keep the Turo in. Okay, that's like another reason why Turo's good, because we take me off the board. Oh, we hit control, bro. Dude, I don't want to freaking play into control. Alright, we did start Mew, which is fine. We just have to not have Greninja, and we're fine. We can bench, and we can actually bench Metang, though, so it's fine. Scoop. No, I'll play it out. I'll play it out. But I want to get to Arceus tier, bro. This is not going to get me to Arceus tier. I don't know why I took that. That was a misplay. It's fine. Tricycle Villain. We're going to do Gengar next. That's the next deck on the agenda is Gengar. Gengar's going to be next. Wait, why did I should have benched Beldum, because I can knock him out this turn with genome hacking. Actually, I guess I don't want to bench Beldum if I can try to afford it. That's a pretty good turn one. Double Nest Ball when you have 4 in the deck is pretty good. I hate Snorlax. Dude, every time I play against Snorlax, they just seem to always draw, like, their very low copies of cards. What? They hit that too? Yo, you gotta be kidding. I'm gonna scoop. That's crazy, bro. This is why, bro, how does Snorlax draw a double Nest Ball, freaking Erica in their turn 1 starting hand? Get the F out of here, bro. It's cringe. Bro, like, dude, even pre-rotation, Snorlax would always draw their 1 of VIP, and I'd be like, all right, sure, why not? Yeah, draw their 1 of VIP. Actually, go screw yourself. That's crazy, bro. We haven't done enough games with Gengar. It's too early. Gengar Tomb? I don't think the Tomb's needed, though. Yo, appreciate the follow there. Yo, welcome back everybody to our brand new PCG Live Paldean Fade deck video, and today we're looking at a new build of Meowscarada, and that is going to be playing Meowscarada
Chicken Boot said, "Hi Cheese, what ya doing?"